Although on the real text, that probably should be a problem either way. Here. That's a lot of text for things. That's a lot of notifications in general. Okay. Let's see here. Twitter. Home. Do. Art stuff is going to be at the top. There we go. That good? Oh. Center day. Gone well. Gonna change up a little low energy today, but why don't we get some model updates? I found rather fun, urging, cool theorems. I'm live now. Wow. VTuber auto burr. Not to burr. There we go. So better. I definitely kind of speed ran that thing, but oh. Do. Here. Where is my Let's work on some art, shall we? On my models. Do get advertising out of the way, even though this is art. Gonna be a bit different anyways. Down here. Like no guilty gear. Always good. Where do we put these? There we go. See here. Technically art. Sure. Do. Put that. Guess we still have the full icon today. It's a bit of a problem, but oh well. That's just always. Harry's up there. Harry's a very popular channel now, so probably enough people in there to keep her fairly busy overall. Hey there, Jasper. Welcome, welcome. I guess bonsoir, comment ça va, as per always, but how are things on your side? I didn't actually do my Duolingo practice today, so I'm half expecting the owl knock on the door eventually, but today is a busy day, unfortunately. I'll have to do it later. Did that one. Technically, I can do art, right? Alright, trying to cope with a storm and having a gender crisis. Yeah, those are definitely pretty normal things, so I can definitely understand that. Well, hopefully, we'll be keeping pretty much the pure chill music on today anyways, so hopefully that can help in terms of keeping things calm and giving you some time to sort out your thoughts. It might be a little bit awkward talking during this, just because art is always a little bit of a harder one to actually get done, but we'll have to see. Oh, and let me just test audio here since I'd like to have the music audible enough for myself and audible enough for you guys, just because I'm not sure if I'll be actively talking through everything. Like, not sure if feeling femme or just not feeling masked. Hmm. I can definitely. I can't. Well, probably should put it a better way. I can't fully vibe with that, unfortunately, since I've kind of bounced back and forth between masked femme and all that back in the past, but hopefully you're able to kind of wind things down and figure out which side you're feeling. Because if not, there's always non-binary as an option too. Because if you're feeling both, then who knows, right? Either can work. The piano really is just that quiet, huh? There we go. That should work. Cool. All right then. Let's get the rest of my stuff set up. Yeah. What was the order of operations for this? Yeah, I've identified as fluid in the past, but as of recent, I don't know, or don't care. But today, I don't know, just feels different. Hmm. That part I can definitely vibe with, actually. I've just stopped caring about like my pronouns anymore, to be completely honest. Which is why having a robot tends to be fine, since I can kind of just say do whatever, really. But definitely can see the concern in that, since I can't imagine it being an easy topic to go over. But if you're kind of bouncing between them all, give it some time, think over the options, and just kind of see what works. Human mind is a pretty wonderful thing, so I'm sure you'll be able to kind of sort things out at your own pace. Might be a little rough going through it, but when it comes to the discussion of self identification, that's the word. When it comes down to self identification, then it's always going to be a bit of a deeper topic, anyhow. Well, yeah, okay, that does sound great. Alright then. Game screen? Cool. Alright, so when it comes down to it here, we do what I was mainly thinking of doing here, once I can find the VRoid screen again. Is it that one? No. Where's VRoid in here? Or is it just higher up than everything else? Two, that's Premiere, not five. Come on now. I had this set up a while ago. Where are you, VRoid window? Hmm. Weird. Where did it go? Window capture? Window capture. I think I'll just lurk and I'll pop in there to see how there it's going. Alright. Sounds good, Jasper. Hopefully things work out for you and hopefully you're able to sort things out. Unfortunately, I'm just not the best person to ask about gender identity, unfortunately. But I'm here to at least give you a chill place to at least think about it. Hmm. The game capture? I swear I set this up earlier too. Where did you go? You're right. Ah, that is so weird. What's that grabbing? That's grabbing world. That's not what we want. We want VRoid, buddy. I guess I must have gotten rid of it by accident, or it's just sitting somewhere else. Oh well. Let's just get that going really quick. Capture window. Not that. This. And that should be okay. Or not. you're not recognizing it there either. Okay. Huh. Well, it's noticing it at least, but it's not loading anything. Wrong thing. That's fine. Window capture. VRoid. Figures it'll grab it this time. Stupid thing. But that's what happens when you not test everything fully. Oh, we'll get it going now at least. Let's just get it actually in the rest of the area as well. But when it comes down to it here, I do have a rough idea about what I want to do. Just because I found a tool earlier by the name of, I think, VWare or something like that, that allows you to combine together VRM files, which I thought was going to be helpful, if only because of the fact that you'll notice, like on the current model that I have here, my arms are kind of just painted on, but if I'm able to get a spare shirt into the mix, then that would probably work out a little bit better for us, which is at least what I was thinking of doing. And thankfully, this does kind of save your settings for everything. This is kind of a spare file anyways, so not a huge concern, but still good to at least have occasionally. And then what you can end up doing here is that you can at least edit the thing on this side, and we want to honestly make the sleeves thinner if at all possible, because that's a little obnoxious actually. Sleeve width narrower. Yeah, we would prefer that to be significantly narrower if at all possible. And length is also a no. That's going to be pretty much the same size as the vest, isn't it? That's kind of caving in a bit too much. I'm noticing it's doing a little bit too much in terms of geometrics. Oh, it's not actually capturing what I'm doing, is it? You do not like this program at all, do you, buddy? Yeah, you really don't like this program whatsoever. The match title, otherwise. Capture method. Those 10. What the world is going on with you? Just grabbing it as a static image, isn't it? VRoid, you're such a buggy program at times, I swear. How do we fix that? Properties. How much match, otherwise find window and say executable. Weird. Doesn't really seem to like VRoid anymore, huh? OBS, what are you looking for with this? Well, when in doubt, there's always an option. Display capture. Display capture. Main screen. That will just require me to be careful. And a little smaller. There we go. Let's just bump you down. 2. Better, but we can do more. Get rid of all of that. Then only have the program showing, if at all possible. There we go. That should work out okay. And now you can actually see me screwing with things. Okay, that's better. Yeah, when it comes down to it, what I was thinking was since you can have technically there we go. You can have multiple clothing options kind of saved on the VRoid model, at least in terms of like the main clothing like this. But what we can do instead is we can grab, not that, we can grab one of the, that's actually better for right now. We can grab some of these extra shirts and kind of clean it up a little bit, and then we can use it as a proper shirt for underneath the vest, just so that way it can stick out a little bit from what we normally have to work with. So, easiest way to do that would be with the long sleeve shirt, at least from the start. Let's just get started with that, shall we? Because we won't need most of this, to be completely honest with you. Heard of that? Oh, that's the base outfit I used for my cowboy jacket. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's definitely nice to be able to work off of like a layer to start with at the very least. Just because obviously you want to work off of something, but for our purposes at least, we won't need most of this, to be honest with you, because what we'll mainly need is just what's going to be showing outside of the vest. Also, just for the small hint, this model is actually made off of the female base. So, yeah, that's why I've got the skinny hips on this model. Didn't really feel like changing that. Yep, just cut that down a little bit. Just so that way we have a base to work off of, and we know where that will actually sit, and it won't like clip into the jacket too much. That's the wording I'm looking for. Also, I do plan on having roughly the same music going for stream. I do kind of like chill piano stuff to begin with, so it kind of just works in my favor at the very least. But if anyone else has any other thoughts, because I'm going to be listening to it too, so I'll be here to have some fun today. See, I kind of wanted to go to here-ish. Oh, okay, that's actually cutting off a lot. Okay. There we go. That's a bit better. I'll just get rid of all of this, because we don't need any of it. All we need is a slight undershirt for the vest, so don't need all of this rigmarole whatsoever. There we go. Then it'll give us a nice undershirt to work with, which is at least the goal I was going on. And that at least gives us our form, which is kind of the most important part. It really doesn't matter about the coloring as much. The texture work is handy to have, but other than that, we can probably do the rest in Studio. So, what we can do here is export that. You are going to see some stuff as well. You shouldn't be able to see my name on anything, so that's fine. For texture, save. Then we'll just go over to CSP, where I was quickly making the thumbnail. Don't worry about that. Save, and save, and don't save. Then that is good too. Oh, so let's get to work on the shirt model, which I believe we posted into here. Where did I put it? Probably would be S. There we go. Cool. All right, tablet, do you still work? Or am I gonna have to do this by mouse? Either way works realistically, but tablet would be easier. Hey there, Caribou. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully everything is going all right on your side right now. Okay, looks like tablet does work. Alright, I had the text tool on before. Alright then, let's get a purple shirt together, shall we? And we can do all of our work here. Because this will just be proof of concept for right now while we get this put together and work on, or to work on Jude in the first place. And then once we do at least have that finalized, we can move on to Zoidra and get that model kind of worked on. There we go. I'll just make sure it's clipped onto there, but since most of that is white at least, it's going to be fairly easy to deal with. The vest, on the other hand, is going to be a bit of a different matter, but I don't think we'll have to worry about that as much. I might just try and make it as white as possible. Yeah, we'll be keeping it fairly chill today, so don't worry too much if there are any concerns or anything like that. Art itself is always going to be a fairly relaxed time because I don't exactly get like frustrated at art or anything like that. There we go. Sadly, don't have a mirror tool on this, but there are ways around that. Get that done. I don't quite know what those are for, now that I'm thinking of it. Probably not important, but let's just make them purple too. Just to show as the purpose of all this. See here, import should just be right there. There we go. Yeah, then we'll have the basic kind of purple undershirt like that. And that's how it'll end up working roughly. So all we have to really do with it is just kind of get the, that's the wrong thing. That's also kind of the wrong thing. Well, that's what we're looking for. Surprised I minimized that. Oh well. We can kind of cheat with this, admittedly. And just do something like that, just so that way we can keep the texture in. But then also what we would need to end up doing, oops, pretty sure, bit bigger. There we go. Well, that would mean that there's one on that side too. That's better. And we can kind of cheat like that, but something we could do as well, just so that way we're not completely cheating with this, is we do need to put a bit of a framework on shirt itself. So let me just get the probably a flat brush for now. I don't think we'll need something too complicated for it. Yeah. And just make sure it's actually flat so it'll serve us the best. There we go. I'll just do the same on the other side. We don't have to worry too much in terms of asymmetry or anything like that, because if anything, that'll actually give it a little bit more of a kick instead of just it being stock standard. How bad is my pressure sensitivity right now? Or is it something I have to worry about? Not something I have to worry about. Cool. Let's just continue this pattern inwards a little bit. Make it a little bit more noticeable. And just kind of make sure it lines up with everything. Oh, right. I can't do the fast strokes like this right now. Okay. That'll explain a bit, actually, with what I was doing before. Get that down. There we go. And at least when it comes down to a shirt, what we'll probably want to do, that part up, that's going to bug me because that'll just end up sticking out on the side. Should be the same over here, right? Goodbye. Don't need you. Much better. And here, the vest itself is going to be a bit of a problem doing that, but I wonder actually, is there a just long sleeve without a vest to work off of as a base? That might be a bit easier than this. Uniform vest, dress long sleeve, dress half sleeve, long sleeve with shirt collar. That would also work, actually. And then, out of curiosity, can we make the sleeve length shorter? Come on now. You can, but not in the same increment level. But you can roll it up, technically, if you want. It's gonna look kind of garbage, but... Oops. Right. Alright, VRoid, can you... There we go. That's better. I'll have to use the other number keys just so I'm not kind of flipping my emotions out of whack. Now then, how high can we push this? And how silly will it look? It'll look excessively silly if we go above 300. Okay. That's not quite that helpful, because I would like to still show the arm joints anyways. So let's just leave it at that. And then what we can do instead, since it's all white, there we go. We will just cut out everything below the waist. There we go. That's a bit better. Actually, I can even cut stuff all the way up here too. There we go. Just so that way we have a pretty synced up area. Then I'll just kind of cut off the back if that becomes a problem, to be honest. Because we won't need much of that showing. We don't want that clipping through the vest either. There we go. Get rid of all of that. Later, friend. We don't need a full coat today. And then about here. There we go. We're going to end up cutting a lot off the sleeves to do this, but I suppose that's not a bad thing. There we go. That'll be a bit easier to work with. And we should get rid of the collar somehow. Where is that coming from? This? Yes, okay. That's not too bad. Get rid of that so it's not there, because we don't need to worry about it. And the color of the vest will cover this stuff, so that also does not matter. Cool. Nice simple undershirt to work with. That's at least the right model for it. So that's actually easier. Export. Shirt 2. We'll just kind of save this as a test for now, but yeah, that's fine. Layering is not a problem because we're probably not going to use that one. Shirt 2. There we go. Alright, so pretty much the same idea as before. So we can grab that, make it shirt clips, grab our favorite shade of purple. Probably a bit more vibrant since we'll need to tone it down for this, but just do that to it. There we go. And then make it a little bit more transparent just to make sure that all of that's showing. This part doesn't need to be like a huge detail or anything like that, but would still be nice to have it be a bit more synced up. So that's a bit of a problem. I cut that in quite the wave, actually. Oh well, this is mainly for testing purposes anyway, so that's fine. There we go, and there we go. That's good. That at least works out for the test. Save as. And export. as PNG, shirt 2. Then import shirt 2. Where did that go? There we go. Yeah, I guess it's a nice, simple purple undershirt. And then what we can do to just kind of spruce it up a little bit is we can add a bit of lining along the edge here just to defy or signify a crease as you normally have in the shirts. So do this a bit smaller. This will be kind of on top of everything anyway, so it won't be like too much out there. But this will at least get us started in terms of testing it. Yeah, like that. Okay. Probably want to go a little smaller though. I'd imagine. Don't draw there. This is just to make sure that our mirroring tool is on, to be completely honest, because it likes turning on and off no matter what you're working on. Cool. Alright then. Let's get going and do this a little bit calmer, shall we? Also way too far away from the actual base end of the shirt. Want it to be a little closer. Probably like here. Maybe a bit better. Yeah. That's about as close as the edge as we can get, so that works out. That's fair. There we go. It's a bit of a crease going at least, so that helps us out. We'll kind of do the same, the actual outer edge itself. I'd wager what it's doing right now is just kind of grabbing the transparent pixels on the shirt and just kind of causing problems there. There we go. That should give us a t-shirt with a little bit of depth into it. Oh. So then, what we need to do with this, at least in terms of focus testing it down, and I'll use this on this model for now, but I'll apply it to the main model once we're actually done with everything. So, what we need to do now is toggle some textures off and save this shirt as basically its own thing. Toggle visibility and toggle visibility. So this is going to get a little bit creepy a little bit quickly, but don't worry. I can't just toggle it from this side, but toggle. Those three are done. Toggle, toggle, toggle. Then rain, please. Thank you. And it'll be a little bit more apparent once we actually get into more parts of the body. But for now, at the very least, it's just going to be a little bit odd as we're turning everything on and off. And hey there, Mitchie. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully the rest of your stream ended up going well. I know I didn't exactly say much as I was going along, but it was kind of prepping this stuff together. But how are things? Have you been able to enjoy yourself at the very least? Oh, oh, not exactly doing what I wanted to do. It should just be hiding the face right now. Hmm. I wonder if we just need to reset all of this stuff. Impression. Get rid of all of that. Face. Hmm. No, that doesn't really seem to be hiding anything just yet. Toggle. Hmm. Wonder, are you not actually paying attention to it? Eyelashes, eyebrows are definitely still showing. The irises are also still definitely showing. Though everything should be toggled off. Ah, that's what you gotta do. Okay. Thought I was messing something up. You have to actually refresh the preview on it. That's a bit better. Yeah, this will get creepy a little bit quickly, but don't worry about it. There we go. I appreciate everyone stops by and had a pretty good day. My friend that I'm pet sitting for gave me a whole watermelon. Ah, very nice, very nice. A whole watermelon, too. That's actually a pretty good gift for watching. I believe you mentioned it was a turtle, right? And there goes the face. That does kind of leave the face as a pure black, though, which is a bit awkward. Wonder why that is. I'll have to look into that. Oh well. Watermelons are pretty good. Yeah, I can't really complain about them. Oh, and base hair as well. Interesting. Wonder why the face itself is pure black, even though we've hidden every single texture on it. We have hidden every texture, right? Guess we'll see when we do the body. Texture map. Yeah. And also some pad pulls. Okay. Pad pulls are definitely handy to work with. Come on. Toggle. Oh, whoops. I'll toggle the alpha lock. Two, two. Metal. Toggle. Toggle. Alright, so the body disappears. Okay. Why doesn't the face, though? Hmm. I'll have to look into that. That's a bit weird. Here. Clothing editor. And hiding textures is also just kind of a fail-safe in case anything screws up. Which is why we're not really deleting layers or anything like that. Oh, come on. There we go. Pants. Toggle. And toggle. There we go. That covers basically everything, but may as well make sure. Toggle. and the shoes will slowly start to disappear. Cool. So now we've got the shirt and a face. So how do we get rid of the face then? Because you'd think that'd be tied to this, but I can't have missed anything because that's basically what this entire thing is for, right? Oh, we actually have to preview it. Yeah, because that is just the face. So what am I missing exactly? Is this ability not enough to take care of it? Hmm, that's a bit awkward. What's a creative way to deal with this? I don't think this is a creative way to deal with this. No, unfortunately. Because I'd imagine that, yeah, we're just kind of erasing the base face under it, which is not what we want to do. Hmm. Now, why are you doing that, I wonder? Or if we could just make the head so small it disappears. Maybe that would do it. Then we can just hide this artifact in the choker of the sweater. Let's see here. Head size. Should be something for head size in here. I remember big head mode being a thing. Head top position. Don't need that going up. Here, smaller, bigger. And smaller. Baseline, mouth, nose. Should just be one for general head size, isn't there? Weird. Or would that be part of body, actually? Technically part of the body. Head. There we go. Head size smaller. And depending on how much you do this, hey, that's how we get smart. That should be able to hide in our neck, right? Little tiny face. There we go. Now we have just like a basic shirt texture thing. So what we'll do here is I will just save this as secondary shoot backup for shirt. Save. And we'll let VRoid kind of crash and burn a little bit with that. Big brain moment by making our brain as small as possible. Yeah, that tends to work out pretty well. Alright, looks like it's fairly good at getting that together. Alright then, so the program that I ended up finding before was something by the name of VWare or VR. It's kind of an awkward way to say it, unfortunately, but let me just open it up really quick since I was curious about it. There we go. Should just pop up there. But basically what it is that it's grabbing two VRMs and just wanting to shove them together to make them work. So what we can do here is we can get rid of VRoid really quick with the shirt backup. And I'll pull up the other backup really quick, just as proof of concept. I have to actually open VRoid really quick. There we go. That's better. Also, I didn't actually export it, so that was a bit of a whoops. But that should be able to work within the creases in our vest and all that. Come on, VRoid. I know you're buggy, but you're not this bad. Yep. Camera. Export. Export. Here. Shoot shirt. Shoot Twitter. Da da da. It's fine if we use this for violence and all that. There we go. Shoot backup shirt. There we go. I do kind of wish there was just an open option. You could go back to that main screen with VRoid and then just open up a secondary file. But not quite what we need, unfortunately. But what that lets us do, at the very least, is we can go back to my backup file. And honestly, I could just do this with the main file too, I think. Because this would cover up the purple sleeves anyways. You know what? Just for testing purposes, just so I don't have to fuck around with things all too much. Stream assets. I believe I put them here. Okay, so copy. Put that over here. There we go. So what we can do with this file is that it will accept. You have to manually kind of open it from a file. Let's see here, 220S. So then we'll have the current model, which I'm using right now, at least sitting and standing here. I see all this Discord saying VRoid VTubers are lazy and uninventive, and I'm like, oh, I'm right here. Yeah, admittedly, like, there's some Discourse just because there are people out there that only have, like, a base model with a sweater changed, which I found to be a bit weird. But some people are kind of out there making it a little bit easier on themselves and kind of just enjoying life. See here, desktop screen stuff. There should be one for the shirt itself, right? Okay, put it here for special. Brain, where the heck did I put the shirt? Oh, there we go. There we go. And so you'll see here that we've got basically the purple shirt and just the base model. So what we can do is that, and just kind of smush them together like that. Then we can do 21S probably for the best for now. I'll just put it over here for now. And we can't exactly see it right now, but what we can do is head over to VC phase. And since all it is a VRM now, do 21S. You'll notice it has the same kind of blush setup as before. Oh, hello. Yeah, that was part of the problem, what I was thinking was going to happen. That's why we're testing everything. But you'll see that we at least have the shirt kind of poking out of the vest now with like some moniker of success. What's the button for twirling? Again. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so we'll have to trim down the shirt a little bit more and maybe don't have it on par with the vest. But that's at least the general idea. Would be nice to be able to make that a bit smaller too. Just so that way it clips out of, or just goes into the vest a little bit. But that's why we're testing. See if that's what I'm currently using. There we go. All right, back in action. Also, my Oh, right ahead, space. There we go. That's a bit better. Okay, so we gotta clean up the shirt a bit more. Make it a little bit tinier. That's okay though. And back to secondary to backup for shirt. Now, is there any way for us to make those sleeves smaller? What if we make the arms thinner? Would that make the sleeves smaller by default? Body? How do we make the arms thinner? Can we do that? Arms. We can make them shorter or longer. That does affect the shirt, but not in quite the way that I want. So I would just need to make that thinner. I may have missed it. Is this combining thing a mod, or is it natural in VRoid? It's a mod, like, just because it's more so for... also, it was kind of screwing up in the area. I figured it would screw up in being the chest, just because I had to have negatives for the chest. But how this actually all came together was, I think someone was a little bit miffed that certain clothing options just wouldn't work, as in the long coats are good for length, but they don't work well for sleeves and all that. So people kind of have options to make it a little bit better for them. Maybe long coat's not the greatest option. Out of curiosity, is there anything with a thinner sleeve at all? Or can I make the sleeve thinner? Sleeve length shorter, sleeve width. I want it to be wider. I would like the shoulders to be inched in more, if at all possible. Shirt broadness. No, don't want that. Shirt flare, don't need that. Hem width, don't need that. Crease. Waist stuff. Puff width. I have to worry about that. Sleeve puff. Surprisingly nothing, actually. There either, I don't think. I'm just missing it. Yeah. Almost. Puff width, sleeve width. That might be it, actually. So, -2. I don't think that makes too much of a difference, actually. Because what exactly is that changing? There we go. Let's just put it back to default for now. What are you actually changing? You're changing that. Does that just not accept a negative value? Or does it need such a high negative value that, okay, it just needs a higher negative value? -200? That might be a bit too skinny. How about -150? Oh, that's a double negative. There we go. Although that would probably just clip right onto the arm. -100? That might work out a bit better. And we can probably just test that actually, because we just kind of hit the body texture. We can always turn that back on just to see. Do. Come on. Toggle visibility. Toggle visibility. Yeah, that's the problem we're going to end up dealing with by the sleeve width, unfortunately. It's just the fact that just kind of clicking in like that. See here, clothing editor. So sleeve width would be helpful if it actually aligned properly. Maybe we just make it a little bit less. But the main thing is just the shoulder. I mainly want to sink that in. There's got to be something that lets us do that. Shoulder tip higher? Hello. minus 10. Does this have to be in order of magnitude? Yes. Okay. So minus 200 then. Yeah, that would just clip into the arms doing that. Minus 100. Okay, that works. That way it'll at least kind of clip into the vest a little bit, although it does kind of still peek up there. So is there any way we could get the collar down a little bit? Or no, because if we just have a floating sleeve there, that doesn't really work either. Shoulder crease. What does shoulder crease do for us? Oh, volume might actually do what I want. Minus 20. Yeah, volume's doing what I want it to do. Because volume is just general size modification. Didn't think the general size modification actually worked for us, but sure, sure. What did we screw with? How do we make that minus 50? That clips into the body there, and on the back of the arms. So, minus 40? Minus 45. That might actually do it. Although I do wonder about the back here. So, why don't we just do this? We kind of have this saved in the back anyway, so if we get rid of it, it's not a huge concern. But since we noticed on the VRoid itself here, let me just load it back up again in VC Face just so I can see where it's erroring out exactly. Okay, so along the chest there, along the arms, because we're clipping into the vest, and then along the back there. Okay, that's not too bad. Go back to 20S. There we go. Just get rid of all of this then, because that won't be visible anyways. And then we'll get rid of a bit more of the front here. Admittedly, the decrease in volume will probably fix this as well, but this will at least keep it nice and even across the board. Oops. Accidentally cut out a little bit of the sleeve there. Oh well. There we go. So we'll have kind of like a opposite of the Virgin Killer sweater going with it. But that should still work out. There we go. Alright, body. Texture. We can just get rid of this again once the texture map itself can update. Up. Toggle visibility and toggle visibility. There we go. So there's base shirt again. A little bit smaller, just so that way it can do what I want it to do. Then we'll just let VRoid save, and then we'll pop it into that merger again, and then I can just toss it on this model, and then we'll have to see about loading this into Unity, and then getting all of getting all of these modifications in there as well, just so that way it can have color on top of it, because that, unfortunately, is a big problem. Let's see here. Mouse. Hey there, Non. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully things are going well on your side so far. And bonsoir, comment ça va? Probably should have just the bonsoir, comment ça va for you a little bit earlier, since you actually know French. I don't have to repeat it. Export. Export. Jude shirt to a secondary Jude backup for shirt. Yes, you can replace it. Alrighty then. Let's grab our thing again. So we've got the 20S that we've saved in here just as a backup for now. For the base model, watched the first two Rebuild of Ava movies today. We are going to watch the second one tomorrow. Okay, okay. Definitely good to hear that you've been making progress on that at least. Because I know it can get a little bit awkward going down. There we go. That should do what I want it to do. And then Jude shirt test. Because if this works normally, then we can get all proof of concept stuff out of the way and be good on that. So we'll just get rid of that because that one was a bit too glitchy. I gotta put that in here, right? Super special shirt test. There we go. There we go. And you can still see inside the vest. Look at that. Cool. That works out pretty well, right? Doesn't look like we have any clipping on anywhere on the back except the arms, unfortunately. But you're not exactly going to be seeing the back of this model all too often anyways. My mind is not ready for the fuckery. No, that's definitely understandable. Definitely understandable. Admittedly, the level of fuckery that you're going to have to worry about when it comes down to Ava is going to be a bit of a problem anyways. But with that at the very least, we should have all of the color options since this is the 20S file, which is set up for this. Did you miss Jude? New Jude? No, I didn't have to worry about a new Jude, unfortunately. So, sorry, Non. New Jude can come another day. But for now, at least, we do have this shirt, although it's not quite the color I want. So, let's just fix the texture on that really quick. It's a fairly easy texture, which I believe we've kind of synced up anyway, so let's just, we'll fix it once we get back in. But, for the moment at least, what purple are we using for this? Using that? How about we use a darker purple? Then we can kind of just paint bucket tool that and put it back down to about 75-ish. Save and export. Shirt 2. Yep. There we go. I saw you beat King Knight earlier. How was the ending there? The ending was pretty good. It did kind of just wrap it up in a way that King Knight kind of proved himself to be a bit of a jerk, but King Knight basically set up the land to where he dropped the hat shop guy's shop in Armor Town. He was the reason Joustus cards didn't actually persist into the future, and then he was also the reason that King Pridemore got kicked out of his castle. So it was kind of a fun combination of everything that happened, which is pretty nice to see. Oh. Clothing editor. Go over to the texture really quick. Then go over to here. And import. There we go. King Knight was always a jerk, to be fair. Yeah, that's true. But the Enchantress was actually successful in, feeding that issue. Shirt 2. There we go. Should make it a bit darker, which will be a bit easier to work with. Although that does mean our lines are now lighter than that, so redo those. Let's just erase those really quick. Down and out. And down and out. There we go. Alright then, we need a color that's darker than most of this. So probably about here. Looks like Lemon's about to be live too, so I should probably grab that up. So I don't think any of us are really doing a collab tonight. Oh, right, you can see that. How about we don't have the infinite loop going? Might be a bit easier for everyone. There we go. See here, Lemma's doing Chibi Robo tonight. Okay, that's not too bad. And looking at the model as well, it does kind of look like the sleeves are maybe a bit too long. So why don't we do a bit of work on that instead? Well, maybe get rid of a little bit more of this. Because the sleeves being long, they don't need to be too long. Yeah. No, I want it to be down on this layer. There we go. Probably do this a bit cleaner with the tablet, actually. Because a bit of a fun art fact about me. I did actually start my art like by drawing with a mouse in high school, just because I would go to the school's library and the computer lab, and I would just open up Clip Studio Paint on there. I think it was, or not Clip Studio Paint, sorry, Photoshop Elements. I think it was CS6 back in the day, and I would kind of just draw with the mouse during that time. So you do kind of get used to either option really, but make these nice and short where possible. We'll probably want to clean that up since that's a lot of jagged edges right now. There we go. Now then, how do we clean that up? Mostly just one color anyways. That's mostly being affected by that. We could probably just do something like this, right? Yeah, and just clean it up a little bit. Sweet. That's a bit better. This will also give us a point that we can line to, so that'll be helpful when we get into VRoid. Do this a bit slower, just so that way we can avoid too many hard edges. There we go. If we turn that on, should be a bit cleaner. Cool. Now I kind of just need to replicate that over here. Also, this stream will end up being a little bit more chill than normal, just because talking while arting is not a skill that I'm as used to, if not obvious by the fact that we're watching people like Kin and Toto that only stop to type in chat. But I am keeping an eye on chat at least, so don't worry if the model's not moving too much or emoting or anything. There we go. Then how do I clean that up? Probably by just grabbing a smaller eraser and cleaning it up. There we go. Because asymmetry is still pretty important as well, so not a bad thing for us. There we go. Then honestly, we could probably just do the lines in here, couldn't we? Since it'll need to clip onto this anyways. Here, just grab that purple. Just coat that along the edge here for a bit of a hem. Or actually, smart move, because it'd be better to do this intelligently than that to do. Expand selected area by about 10. That's a bit too much. Expand selected area by 5, probably. And that's a bit too much, actually. Expand 3. There we go. That way, whoops, we can do this. And only color in the section that's touching there. and only about 3 pixels width, just so that way it stays nice and clean. Like that. That works out pretty well, I'd say. And we can do pretty much the same thing over here since it's not going to do the same thing. That's okay. And by 3, go up to here, and just cover this section in that same dark purple. There we go. That's a bit better. Just so that way it gives the shirt a little bit of texture to it, having a bit of an edge on it. There we go. Won't be super noticeable, but it's there, and that's kind of what matters the most. So save, export, single layer, PNG, shirt 2. And this isn't supposed to be like a super complicated shirt or anything anyway, so that is perfectly okay by me. Import, shirt 2. There we go. Give us a bit of a line there. That should still be okay to work with. Let's just test it out and see. Just gotta make sure VRoid doesn't absolutely get demolished on us in the process. Since VRoid is pretty fun like that. There we go. There we go. Thank you, Nick. Oh, whoops. I've been sitting on the angry coloration for this entire time, haven't I? Sorry about that. Haven't been angry. Don't worry about it. I just have some of my camera buttons on the buttons I normally use to actually type in numbers. So that's a bit of a whoops. Shirt 2. Okay. Back up for shirt. Then we open up our VWare. We'll grab the 20S that we've stored in here and the shirt that we have just done. That's not the one we just did. What did I export it as? Or where did I export it to is a better way to put it, actually. Or secondary, oh, that file, okay. Silly. Secondary backup for sure. That's the one that was edited like 30 seconds ago. There we go. Darker shirt, merge them together. Download that as 1S. Save. Alright. Then we can test that out really quick. Get rid of this one just because I don't like how bright the sleeves are. Where would I put 21S? Where did I put it in here? Yes, I did. Okay. Hey there, Nano. Welcome, welcome. Oh, yeah, I am doing a little bit of art. Definitely not what I was doing. Wrong one. Go away. 221S. Huh. Weird. Get rid of that, please. Go back to that one, because that one's not broken at the moment. That is the one it just did, right? File types. What are you doing to me? as list. Not that list. I need detail list, please. Thank you. C G U. Okay. I misspelled it horribly. Up. Add avatar. And then that is in documents area. That's fine. So it won't be there. It'd be all the way up here. There we go. There we go. Proper sleeves. That's better. Lurking to draw Mogulu. Alright, enjoy drawing Mogulu. Here. Does that work? It is clipped into my arms on the back. That's not too much I can do about right now, but I'll kind of worry about that later. Because I don't usually show the back of my arms anyways, but at least in terms of base model, that works pretty fine. I guess the fun is going to be once we can toss it into Unity just to see how that goes, just because I doubt that's going to go over. But we'll have to see. But, at the very least, we do have sleeves now. That's how it works out pretty well for us. And obviously, since I still have this stuff kind of working and going, just so that way we have all the base emotions going on the spare Jude 20. Then let's get Unity open, and hopefully don't break anything. And let's just make sure we have a PS1 model available for the future. So, bring Unity. I probably should change the music to be something a little bit more energetic, because I'm going to end up falling asleep to this, but... Oh. Alright, Unity, what you got for us? There's a new version of Unity, that's cool. I don't care. Alright then. So with that model, since it was exported with all of the tools, we should just be able to kind of plop it in here as its own thing, I think. So, my file, I just drag it in there. Is that how I do Unity? I think so. That's how you do it. Okay. Folder. Need to make a folder. Create folder. With shirt. Yep. And we can just go in here, drag the VRM into the folder, and it'll get everything set up. It'll take a hot minute, but that's Unity, so it tends to be a little bit rough around the edges anyways. There we go. So then we'll now have this Jude, which we can put in here, which you can kind of notice as well. It does still have like the model portion of the shirt in here, but with the editing that we've done to it, it's still kind of just the sleeves. So that's kind of what the bonus is with that. Alright then, how do I get you to move back into the lineup with everyone else just so I can see all of that? There we go. Be in line up with him. It gives me uncomfortable flashbacks to earlier. Yeah, that's unfortunately a bit of a downside to this, unfortunately. But, hey, at the very least, it's not fully one-to-one, so you can take solace in that at the very least. But we'll just be doing a quick swap over since the changes that I have to do to the model to get that texture effect going, it can get a little annoying. So, what do I need to do here? I think it's materials, right? Yeah. I need to change this to standard, and I don't do too much else to it, thankfully. Standard. Don't think that will change too much, actually. At least in terms of the eyes. The one I tend to avoid doing is just the irises themselves, just because that tends to make it a little too dulled out. So just having the VRM shader on it is honestly a little better. Just because it allows the eyes to stick out a little more anyways. But everything else... oh, excuse me. I made sure I ate dinner before everything, but maybe I ate it a bit too quickly. So much T-pose to assert dominance. Oh yeah, definitely. Gotta make sure to assert your dominance whenever you're working on anything, right? Right then, so there's the face. That's the eyebrows. The eyebrows would probably be a good thing to do. Just, oh, no, right, that's why I don't do the eyebrows. Eyebrows stay the same too. At least I think. Is there anything weird I did with this to make it work? Transparent? Never mind, that's what I did. Here. The eyelashes, I'd imagine, are the same because it'll kind of fully black it out once we do transparent, and it'll do that. There we go. Standard, transparent. This is the tongue material, technically, which, just to show it off, I do have like a spare tongue texture map that kind of shifts when we're rolling around between all the different colors. But for material, it thankfully just all applies to the one object that it's grabbing at the moment, since it's only grabbing like a 1/9 of the thing, thankfully. And actually, no, the tongue I keep normal as well, just because with having the mouth open, having that blend in too much might be a bad thing, so the tongue can also stay. But everything else does need to change. A little bit, at least. Then we will make the hair maybe a little bit more matte. You know, Alpha? That makes very, very shiny hair. Very shiny hair. May as well brush up the Jude model, actually, or the PS1 mode. Just so that way it works as a whole with everything else. There we go. And then, what else we need to do? Don't quite remember what that's for. I think it's for the clip. That's for the base of the clip, that's for the clip itself. So that one I do, because we can make that very shiny to let it stick out a little bit. I think that is hair of some kind. Don't quite remember what it's for, though. We just gotta do everything else. So, shoes. These are for the pants. So now our pants are nice and shiny. Probably can't smooth them out a touch. Oh, hey there, Bit. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good evening so far. Don't think you know French very much either, so the bonsoir must have may go over your head, but thank you very much for the coolant delivery. Where do I have coolant, actually? There we go. Just got home from work. Wow, you just got... Well, actually, no, that lines up pretty well. So used to the floor job happening, you kind of forget this is around the time you usually kind of catch home to work. But welcome, welcome. Hopefully the day's going well for you. Here is the busted up shirt texture from before. So a fun thing with this is if you just kind of swap the texture model over, it will like reenact the entirety of the coat. So let's just do that. I'm glad transparency is an option because a lot of my clothing would end up breaking with how I actually clean things up, especially at this point, considering I use the long coat with the neck for this. So, bop. There we go. And we don't have to worry about anything else, I don't think. Eight. What do we do about that? Feels a bit weird to me, not watching all y'all play together. Yeah, it's a little bit odd that we're kind of doing everything a little bit separately, but kind of what you gotta do at times, right? Because if you're collabing every single week, then that might get a little bit messy. Anyways, is that how it is on the other model too? What one is that? That's just this one, right? Cereals? That is set to fade, but I turned the smoothness down a pretty healthy chunk. Yeah, and breaks are usually pretty good. It's nice to have them occasionally at the very least. There we go. Go to textures. Go to cereals. Brain, need you to work with me here. Fade. That has turned down a good chunk, but why is it showing that now? Or is that from the t-shirt one? Probably from the t-shirt one. There we go. That's better. Okay then, so, well, that's just this one. So let's just grab that VRM export. Oh, hello. Root, okay. Engine transform. That's a few errors. But should be okay. Question mark. 21 SP. We'll just put that there and just hope to God that actually works. And then we'll go over to the C face here and try to. I believe I put that in here. 21 SP. No, didn't put it there. Okay, brain, where are you? Or is it not actually done compiling it yet? Or did the name of it change and I screwed something up? Oh shite, did I do that by accident? Yeah, that would do it. Or no, G21SP. It's in the VRM folder. Folder is that? Put it here, please. Oh, that's Unity's VRM folder. Okay, that would do it. Oh, right. Okay. This is a bit of an art stream for my own model anyway, so it's going to be a little bit scuffed whether I like it or not, but let's see here. SP should be here. There we go. Shoot SP. There we go. Now we've got Shiny Jude with the sleeves. And that's, oh, hello. That breaks it a little bit. I guess that's kind of the error I was thinking of. So, note to self, don't turn the model too high up, otherwise the vest just kind of disappears. But other than that, should be okay. Now then, how do I control the light again? There we go. But that gives us a shirt. And as long as we don't look up, you can notice that at least kind of clips in a little bit to the actual sleeve itself. If I can get the light over on this side at least. There we go. But the vest itself does poke out, which is good. And you can see like inside of the chest a little bit, which is also good. That's at least what I was going for. Light source back onto me, please, and thank you. We want to make sure we creep out the audience as much as possible. There we go. And since it is this light source, what are you doing, buddy? Why are you making my collar half invisible when it's at certain angles? Probably just the light itself. It doesn't like being super high up. No, it doesn't like it being there either. Seems okay with that, though. Okay. But there we go. And then, if I recall correctly, all the colors should still work pretty well. Cool. And that gives us some textured work with on the hair, too. So, cool. That works. At least for proof of concept. There we go. Proof of concept is at least good. So what we can do in that case is kind of move things over to get rid of Unity for now, and we'll just get saved array. We can get Sawyer's model up here, and we can start kind of hammering away at that a little bit with the same rough idea where we can make a mesh shirt to go under what we're making right now, because the sleeves of the sweater also are pretty large, so we can get a kind of mesh t-shirt in there fairly easily. There we go. But this is roughly what I have right now for Zoira, just in terms of a slight design shift. I do kind of have to work on the sweater a little bit, just because I'm not sure if I want the gap to be wider. Also, don't worry about the black bar. That's mostly just a sensor bar for now, just to make sure Twitch doesn't think I'm showing a nude girl on screen. But I should as well make sure that the chain itself is maybe a bit more noticeable, because maybe on top of like a mesh shirt it'll be noticeable, but just on her skin itself, having a gray chain is not the most helpful thing in the world. And it would be nice if I had a way to link up the collar in the back, because unfortunately the ties for VRoid are kind of lackluster, as I can kind of show you here in terms of the texture map on that thing right now. Not bad. I want the tie, please and thanks. But you'll notice it has just like these black bars on the side here, kind of correlating to what the necklace is. Those black bars don't actually extend past like the halfway point on the neck, which is a little bit awkward. So they stop here, but they don't go all the way around, which is a little bit annoying. So I'm curious if I can get some hair in there to fix it up, but even as you can see on my model, with the clip on my head being made of hair, it still tracks it even though it's not tied to a bone group or anything. So I'm not sure if I'd be able to get a fix for that in too easily. I don't know. We'll have to test it out and see. But for now, it's going to be some work on the sweater, just so that way we can get that kind of lined up with something fun. And then we'll have to look into kind of texturing the pants a bit too, and the shoes, obviously. But I can kind of explain the lore of Zoira while I'm going along here. So the rough thought that I was thinking of beforehand, at the very least, just because I look up a few things generally, but Omega. But the one thing that kind of came to mind with me is Yanmega, while not my favorite Pokemon, it is my favorite bug-type Pokemon. So while I was grabbing milk today from the store, what I kind of had in mind, because I know someone mentioned it before, that Zora kind of feels like a possible isekai character to work with. While a direct isekai may not work, what if she made a deal with Beelzebub to get kicked to the human world? And the reason that her eye is cut out is that her choice of sacrifice to Beelzebub was to be a spy for her. So on the human side, what Zoira is going to end up being is having basically Beelzebub's eye behind that eye patch. And then whenever Beelzebub wants to take a quick peek at the human world, she can be like, hey, Zoira, can you take your eye patch off for a bit? Kind of curious to see what's going on. So what I'll end up doing eventually is getting the eye itself textured on that side to be more of an insect eye, and then otherwise it'll just be an eye patch and be used as like a toggle or whatnot, so people can have that view instead. I think that works out pretty well. Let's see here. Where did we want to start exactly? Probably with the sweater itself, just because we want to make sure that that works out pretty well. So what we want to do then is just getting a zipper added onto that. And then The tassels, unfortunately, won't work too well for us just because they're kind of slated to be like around here, around the base of the sweater. And you can't move them, which is kind of a pain. But we do what we can, right? Oh yeah, the neck of this model will still be purple. Oh well, that'll be a problem with Jude. It's not going to be a long-term problem or anything. Oh, no, we want the eraser, please and thank you. And what we'd want to do is just make that nice and straight, but that would actually be easier to do in Clip Studio. So why don't we just export that to Sweater. Then we can head back over to Clip Studio. Thankfully, you've done your job for now, friend. Thank you very much. And open. Should just be in here, right? Best in close. Did I not actually put it in there? Huh. I got slipped into here by accident. Ooh. Huh. Where did I put that? Frame. Try that again. Export. Yeah, that should just be in that folder. So I might be blind. Open. Documents. Here. Unless I just misspelled it. It's just kind of popped it into non-existence. Oh, there it is. There we go. Alright then. So, easiest way to work on this, since we've got a fairly white sweater to work with. Up. There we go. That way we can see any of the errors that we're making on at least the base model of the shirt itself, and we can make that a bit more of an even cut. So, get eraser. Where are you, buddy? A little bit blind today, it's fine. And let's make this a bit more of an even cut, just so it's not quite as jagged. And that way it'll be easier to put a zipper on it as well. I think this is kind of my hard stop point, so just do our trimming this way. There we go. And we don't have to worry about the unevenness. Admittedly, having it be slightly uneven might actually be a benefit for us. So what I'll probably end up doing is probably just something like lasso. Just grab this section here. Just be able to free transform. Yep. And just kind of sync that up a little bit and just kind of connect it back just so that way it's covering everything. There we go. Like that. Although we do kind of need to make sure that the crease here works. So we can do that at least. Let's get the crease lined up properly. Then get that in to sync up with all of that. And get that out. Okay, that's not quite working. How do we do this then? Maybe not that big of a search. What if we just do this? Free transform, edit menu, form. Then we can kind of sync that up like this. It's still kind of connected with everything else, but this way at least, it'll be a little bit less of a sweater, which may make it a little bit better for us. Then what we can do, just to make it even more clean, we can do this. Bring it up a little bit. Control Shift T. Cool. There we go. Just need to make sure that the crease stays lined up on that side. Can we do something like this, where if we shrink that together, it lines up there. And then if we do some trickery on, that didn't line up actually at all. There we go. Here. I Frankenstein this in a better way. Probably. Would be better if it's just on its own layer at this rate though, because that's going to get messy fairly quickly if we don't. There we go. Grab this chunk. Make sure it kind of lines back up with everything else. There we go. That's a bit better. Then we can just kind of manually connect everything else back together, so that's not too bad. That. I want that to stay connected. Here. Get that down. Go. That lines up with that, which is what we want. And this can get smoothed out into that. Cool. And we'll just need to do some editing here to ensure that everything lines up again. So, merge with layer below. Over to a paintbrush really quick, please. Make sure it's a little bit fuzzier. Nice, there we go. Make sure it's a little fuzzier just so that way it all syncs up properly. That's not too bad. Yep. That's not bad. As long as you know how to do some minor visual editing like this, then you'll go places, and it tends to help. Also too big. There we go. That's a bit better. Just gotta clean up the rest of it. I believe this is one in this area. So that color? Oh, to opacity. Delete. Here. That needs to be a little bit more darkened now that we've been moving everything up and around a little bit. So let's just do that really quick. Yep. Gives it that crease back, which is good. We'll grab the slightly lighter brush. Deal with that. Density. Okay, yeah, that's what I needed. Thank you very much, CSP. You're helping me out. Yeah. Do a little bit more here. Here, but we'll need a little smaller for that. There we go. Here. also going to be the shirt crease is going to cause a problem, isn't it? Because unfortunately, it just does not like transparency very much. So if you have any of it just sitting in here, that's going to be a bit of a problem. Case in point. Um, the black is really the only thing helping us here in terms of knowing where we need to clean up. But once it goes away, then we're kind of SOL. Yep. Right. There we go. That's a bit cleaner. Yep. All right then. Now, is there an easier way to do this? I wonder. Maybe. That would actually move the entire thing in, then that would be helpful. But okay, yeah, that'll do it. Well, that might make a fairly obvious crease by the time we actually get to the end of it, so we'll have to see how that goes. If anything, it can just add to the crease in the sweater itself. We're functionally just putting a lighter color over nothing. So that's probably not the best answer in the world. Airbrush. A little bigger. Little bigger. Big, please. Okay. We'll kind of just match it up to the colors as we go along here, just so we're not too off base. There we go. Better. There we go. That's better. Going. There we go. That's nicer. Not quite Bob Ross levels of art, but I can get stuff done at the very least. Well, we have very common piano in the background, actually. Can you guys hear that all right, by the way? Because I can hear it just fine, but not quite sure how loud it is fully on your guys' side, because I think my ears on at least my streamer not quite as good now that my media phone's kind of breaking a little bit. Would be easier to test if you actually played a song radio. It does look like it's in there. There we go. That might be better. Just so that way it can fill the silence a bit for when I'm not chatting. There we go. Thank you, radio. There we go. Much better. It's also a little weird that the blue just kind of stops in places. So it gets a little bit hard to actually balance everything out, but works out pretty well. brush density can honestly go down for this part, so we're getting into kind of blending colors together at this rate, which is not super helpful. Okay, thank you, brushes, for working for me. This part's at least easy, because this is all pretty much one color. This is at least an open face portion of the jacket. There we go. A little bit of a dark spot there, but not enough for us to worry. There we go. I just gotta deal with the crease a little bit. So, little brush, here we come. So we do need brush density up for here. Otherwise we're gonna get next to nothing done. Yeah. Maybe 2. Yeah, that might be a bit easier. Just that way I can actually catch everything. Much better. Do pretty much the same thing on this side, so not too shabby. Do have a couple extra hiccups in there, but oh, also that gash that we need to worry about. This might honestly be better made gray, to be completely honest with you. That really quick. Brush down, hardness down. Also kind of blend that all together just so it's not sticking out quite as badly. Here. This is at least helpful for things being dark, but not the most helpful if things aren't necessarily that blue to begin with. There we go. That should work a bit better. Although you can still see the seam. Oh no, you can't see the seam. That's just the sweater itself. Cool. Now I just gotta worry about this guy. Be a bit harder. Might help us a little bit here. A little bit of a fold here to go into there. Isn't too bad, but there we go. I'm glad that pressure sensitivity is at least working for today. And now since I've got a bit of an older tablet anyways, it gets to be a little bit of a problem having pressure sensitivity actually available at all times. But today it seems to be good, so I very much appreciate that fact. Here. All that's left is really just getting this cleaned up to actually work together. Isn't that big a deal, but that's going to be very minor once we kind of slap a color on top of it anyways. Right then, do have a little cut here as well. Hey, buddy. There we go. Oops. There we go. Get rid of that too, because we really don't need that sticking out there in the middle of nowhere. let's fix up the other side then, just so it's a little bit more evenly cut, and we can worry about color and design and all that. Gotta make sure as well that we're not going to be overtaking the chest area too much, because we don't want to have it too open-chested, but that should be okay. Well, make that a bit gray, just that way I can see it a bit better. We want to get rid of any of these kind of transparent artifacts as well, just because that's not really going to help us in the long run either. Oh. That's a lot of miscellaneous transparency that we just don't want to worry about much. There we go. Looks like it's on this side too, actually. Alright, off with you. Don't need any of this excess transparency, it's just going to break the model. Oh. There we go. Just gotta get rid of that section. There we go. Cool. So now we've got base sweater with hoodie. A couple parts I needed to cut out just because of how the front of it worked. I don't quite recall why I needed to cut that out, but that's okay. So we can kind of do what we did before. No, don't clip it onto that, please and thank you. Where we can just apply color with a clip layer. And then use pretty much whatever, really. So grab a paint bucket. We're going to have a drow with black skin, or dark gray skin, pretty much similar to Jude's, actually. And then red eyes with a bit more of a red aesthetic. Would a red hoodie like that be too garish? Burgundy might work, actually. Try that then. This will all be fixed later, don't worry about it. This is just to get the general idea across. Because as soon as we do this, we can just export it as a PNG, toss it over to Zoyer, and just see how it looks. Just to see about colors and all that, and see if it actually works for her. There's something else we can end up doing too, is just... Something else we can end up doing is coloring the hood a bit separately as well. Just so that way it can have maybe some additional, like, stitches in it and all that. But we'll have to see. Let's just try burgundy first to see how it looks on her. Then if not, then it might be black with maybe burgundy accents on it. That might work out okay. Oh, turn that down slightly. Slightly. Just that way we still have the colorations in there. So save. I guess we want to save as just so that we have a actual Clip Studio file of this. Oh, there we go. I guess since we're mainly working in Clip Studio anyways, do I need this view? That? No, that is just a different display capture. Whoops. kind of want the one I'm working on right now. Because I'd imagine I have clip in another window anyways. Oh. VRoid, where are you? There we go. So import. All right. Ooh, that's a lot of spare mass. Maybe take that layer off first. Save. Export, sorry. Delete. Of course, that's going to break it by leaving the black on. Yep. VRoid, hello. That does at least make the necklace and such pops, that's good. But that's not what we're here for. Import. Yeah, I figured burgundy would be a good kind of compromise color for it. There we go. Just because with her eyes being red and most of her other aesthetics going to be like black and gray, I figured maybe burgundy would help it to kind of stick out a little bit. And that does kind of break up her hair too, so if anything kind of fucks up with that, I can find it fairly easily. That's just my cursor, right? Yeah, I do have to kind of fix the hair as well so that it actually stays in the hood properly, but you won't really see that angle too much, so it won't be a huge concern. Let's see here. Zipper would help to just finalize everything. The color itself isn't too bad, but definitely needs a bit more on it for it to work. What more could we add onto that, though? We could add some kind of a pattern onto the back. That wouldn't be too hard. What would be a good pattern to add the back? Probably a bug of some kind if she's going to be representing Beelzebub, right? Oh, I gotta fix the pockets too to actually match the shirt. Oh, Dablapin, how you don't follow me there? Let's see here. What would be a good texture to slap on that? A fly itself would be maybe a bit too much, but maybe a dragonfly. If we're going to be going along the lines that she's going to be the scout for Beelzebub, a dragonfly would be kind of a good instance of that. So let's see if we can find Dragonfly Shadow. Okay, so yeah, that's not too hard. We can honestly probably do that ourselves, in all honesty, just that way we have our own copy of it. But that kind of gives the right idea for it. And we can kind of stylize it a bit too. So how big is this canvas, I wonder? Because we'll basically have to make it one big picture, cut it in half, and paste it on the sweater, just so that way it lines up properly. So, canvas size. Okay, check canvas size. Probably be a part of the canvas itself, right? Yeah, there we go. So 2048 by 2048. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's just make a new file, 2048, 2048, and we'll just leave it as a separate file for now on its own. There we go. Let's see here. I think now would be a good time for me to take a break too, since we have been going for a couple hours here. So just give me a quick second to do a bit of a bio break and all that, and I'll be right back. All right? So I'll be back soon. Talk with you in a bit. Alrighty. Hello, hello all. I'm back. Now then, let's take a peek, shall we? Let's see if we can do a dragonfly justice. Although if we want to work smartly, why don't we just look up a dragonfly itself? Because usually speaking, you can always find images like this that are just having dragonflies being shot down. So, dragonfly shot down. Okay. And what would be a good one that we could turn into a shadow? Because we don't need like a super complicated design for one. Also, if the sight of bugs kind of bothers you, I do apologize on that. Fortunately, bugs can be a little troublesome at times. Dude, we'll grab this guy. Just a darner. That should be good enough for our needs. And then we'll just open that up. That would just be in here, wouldn't it? No. Okay. Wrong place. Bugs are cool and they ate mosquitoes. Yeah, that is true, and mosquitoes suck, so we always just want to make sure that they are gotten rid of. Although flies, not necessarily as much of a problem depending on your situation, but the fact that they get rid of mosquitoes is kind of the important one. That's good, at the very least. Can I just go in here with the rest of my stuff? I think so. Where the hell is all this stuff being saved? Brain, please? Oh, it's a GIF. Why the hell is it a GIF? Yeah, it did save it in there. So sort of can open GIFs, but why is that a GIF? Where are you? It should just be in this area. The D's, but wanting to hide a little bit apparently. All supported formats. Unless GIF just does not count as a supported format. Huh. Desktop stream. That's. Huh. Why is that a GIF? Is it PNG? Like, not that hard, internet. Come on. Some things are silly. Let's see here. I'll also put this over here, just that I don't necessarily show you something I don't want to show you. Unsupported file format, of course. Why does that open as a GIF though? Like of all formats, why a GIF? Eh, I can use it as reference, I guess. That's the best I can think of. Really dumb though. They're at least a simple enough body shape, so it's not like too complicated to get down. But we would want to have a mirror line in here, just so that way we can get it done right the first time. Here. And I believe you can do that. I believe you can do it, but I don't remember how in Clip Studio. snap to grid, don't need that. Layer. That's not what we're looking for. Animation's definitely not what we're looking for either. Weird. Oh well. There are easy enough ways to do this. At least by hand, so. No, that's a bit too small. Still a bit too small. How big do you have to get for it's noticeable? Oh, that doesn't work. Anything that just lets you draw a straight line? Probably the ruler or the line tool itself. Do angle tool. Straight line. There we go. It's a bit thicker. And then if you hold shift, that lets you go straight. That's kind of what I was thinking. Okay. Let's just do that then. We can have a base for how long we want this thing. And we can kind of just edit it from there. There we go. So what we can do then, invert band by about 20, just so that way we can make it thicker. There we go. And do the same to the bottom, and then we can just fill in everything in the middle. Nice. Here. That at least gives us a nice thick black line to work with. Oops. Gotta make sure I keep my emotions in check. I keep using the area that I use for my emotions for typing in numbers, unfortunately. That's a bit of a whoops on my side. Not angry at the Dragonfly, I do like them myself, just they're a bit awkward to keep. That doesn't taste good. Oh, should be fine. Here, we need to do a bit of a rounded head for the guy, so. Triangle, maybe? Polygon with. Really, you can't actually choose a triangle with that. That's a bit of a shame. We'd probably need something like a rhombus anyways, so. Brush size is important, but not quite what we're looking for. Layer. We can just line it up with the rest of the body here. At least the body line itself. Since dragonflies tend to have fairly lengthy tails, so we can kind of trim this to what we need. Which for our purposes at least, will be that and that. And then what we can do is just add an additional bulb on top here. Yep. Just have that like that to clean that area up a little bit. Give it a little bit of a kind of snout looking thing. At least that's what I'm seeing on my side. Plop. No, there has to be a mirror tool in here. Clip Studio. How do I draw a symmetry? Yeah, that's what I need, the symmetry ruler. Do symmetry ruler. Yep. You can just put the symmetry ruler there for now. Oh, right, I have it set to 8. Just 2. That's realistically all we need. That should be about right. Care to be you, just that way we can see it, but yeah, that should be good. Okay. Now if I just bump it over slightly, no, because the ruler is just tied to that layer. So then if the ruler's there, does that affect anything else? No. I'm assuming it only affects this. It doesn't even affect that. What's the point of the symmetry ruler then? Weird. Line symmetry? Really? There's a side option for that? Okay. Can we go back to before that point? Cool. We'll have the little nub once we're actually that far in, but for now at least. Oh, hey there, Toto. Welcome, welcome, Toto. Hope you're having a good evening so far. Thank you very much for sealing yourself away in the freezer for another month. We're kind of just working on some designs for one of the other models I've had in mind to work with. But how are things on your side so far? Have you been able to enjoy things? There we go. That should help. Now then, that still doesn't fucking do what I wanted to do. Symmetry ruler, stop being a jerk. Hey. Symmetry ruler needs to stop being a jerk. We'll get there. We'll get there. Working on some stream overlay stuff for a friend. Ah, very nice, very nice. The ruler. Show on all layers. That's not helpful. Actually, mirror stuff for me. Goddamn ruler nonsense. Easier way. Get rid of that really quick. Actually, don't get rid of that. Easier way of doing this. We can just do that instead. Then we can edit one side to the size direction that we actually want. Like, not quite like that. There we go. Then we can just clean it up a little bit. Although this needs to be a little bit more solid. Thank you. Assuming this is something you probably couldn't have worked on during stream time, Toto, because usually stream overlay stuff can be a little bit personal when it comes down to it. There we go. And then we will clean that up by making it flat up here. There we go. Also, just to explain what I'm doing, at least, I'm just trying to make a Dragonfly Shadow, just because we're working on this other model I had in mind, just to have like a toggleable thing. but I wanted to put a dragonfly symbol on the back of it, so just trying to work a little bit on that right now. And sometimes you gotta get creative. So, duplicate, that's the word I want. Then edit and flip horizontally. Why did that do it on? Oh, that did the entire thing, not just that one layer. Dummy. Transform, flip horizontal. There we go. Yep, apply. Then move it on over to sync up with the rest of it. There we go. And we've got a little bit of a buggy head. Now I just gotta get the rest of the body actually together, because that's not really gonna help us too much in the long term. Merge down. And then let's just get the added spikes in there, although I'm not sure how visible those will end up being, but too big. We only need little babby spikes. Just little babby spikes. That almost looks like an ear, actually. Let's just get this other circle up top here. Just so that way it's actually just in place, we don't have to worry about it. Yep. Then do a little bit of shenaniganry with that. By doing that. And by doing that. Just so that way it looks like it's got a little bit of a thing going there. Then you are too big. So let's just make you both in here and sharper. There we go. That's better. Then duplicate. Flip horizontally. Okay. And then get over to the other side so I can line up with that. Right. There we go. And I'm just roughly trying to mirror the reference I have on the other side here. So it's not going to be like 100% exact or anything. But we'll be doing our best. Alright, so buggy head. Now buggy body. Buggy body will be kind of an ellipses, but with broader shoulders on it. So something like that, technically. And then we can just beef it up by the time we get up to there. Although, new layer is probably better just so that way we can actually analyze it a little bit. Go, put it on the line, make sure it's lined up properly. There we go. Bump it up a little bit just because there's going to be a bit of a separation between the head and all that anyways, but what we want to do... Oh, yeah, they're not. Let's give our buggy boy some slightly broader shoulders. That's way too far. You just need to go out enough to cap off with the rest of the body. There we go. That's better. Actually, we can go down in a bit of a steeper curve for this too. Yes, Toto deserves all the shoutouts, so it's greatly appreciated. No, thank you, thank you. Sorry, Toto, it's my channel. I can do whatever I want. Can't boss me around on my own channel. I can understand bossing me around on yours, but don't need to worry about here. Okay. Grab a box. Do what we did before. Go to that side. Honestly, that might work out fine. Duplicate. Edit. Flip horizontally. Transform. There it is. Flip horizontally. Okay. And let's just line it up with everything else. Thank you, Nan, for the drink and the joint realignment. I do have a drink, but the chocolate milk I bought at the store seems to have been sour already. Or at least it smells bad. Which sucks, because that's actually a decent amount of chocolate milk I ended up getting from there, but I might just grab another drink in a second, just so that way it's not too big of a problem. Also, Buggy Body is not quite that big. There we go. That's better. We'll just kind of shuffle it to the side to line it up properly with the rest of the body. Well, then we've just got the tail to worry about, which has a little bit of a taper going along the rest of the body. But other than that, not like a super long taper or anything. Just kind of there to ensure you're paying attention. Yep. It's a nice soft taper in, just so you don't have to worry about it too much. Which is always good. And with the Darner Dragonfly specifically, it does kind of seem like it has a bit of a cutout on the bottom of the tail. So what we could do, just to mimic that, since that would be a pretty cool design to have. Well, and probably here and straight down. There we go. Then we can do some trickery like so. Give it a bit more of a point. And do the same here. And then just even take the taper in maybe a little bit further that way, then further that way, just so that way we've got a bit more of a mirror design, just because the mirror tool doesn't really want to do what I want it to do, unfortunately. So I kind of have to do this by eye. Not that high up. There we go. It's going to be fairly small anyways, so you'll basically be seeing it maybe like that large at most. But that does kind of give the idea of what I was thinking. So now we just have to worry about its wings, which are kind of going to be a little bit awkward to do as a silhouette. Dragonfly wings are obviously pretty clear, but should be okay. Let's just double check where we are. No, that's the body. Oh, those are the ears. I didn't actually put them together. There we go. Then that's obviously the head, and that's the line for the body. Okay. See here. I believe that's just a new blank layer we made. Cool. So, silhouette for wings. It's fine if this part is semi-transparent, so we could probably do this with just small brushes anyways, but let's just see about this part first. No, they are much more circular than that. Let's try that again. Circular, please. And they go a little bit more down into a fairly large sweep into the rest of the back, like that. Then what you can do technically is just kind of make it transparent anyways. But we might want to make the line down here a bit thinner just to indicate that, because they do have mainly the membrane along the top line, but the rest of it, not so much. So what we can do, expand by about 10. Is that too much? Yes. Select. Shrink by, no, don't shrink. And by about 6. That's a bit too much. Select. And by 3. Just that way we can get a general decrease along the rest of the wing. And then we can kind of taper it in a bit further as we go along, just for added effect. And then we can do that basically, we can just basically mirror it and put it down to the other areas once we're done with it. So, general eraser. That a little bit skinnier. Then we will taper it by hand up here to get up to the main membrane like this. That way we can at least kind of keep it together. Make sure things are maybe a little bit rounded off too. There we go. Then here, it'd be better if we did that roughly. There we go. Then we can expand it in a little bit more. Select. Expand by like 1. We can do that from about here down. Yep. We can kind of just taper it as we go along, really. Won't be as noticeable if we do 1 pixel increments, but they'll definitely still be noticeable. Select, expand, maybe by 2. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Select, expand by 1. Yep. Since we just did it there, we can probably start out here. And expand by 1. Do it by about here. Then if I do it again, that should just select everything, right? Pretty much. So let's do that then. Make it as skinny as we can near the base of the wing. This is hardly going to be noticeable anyways, but still just want to keep it in mind. The top might still be a bit too thick, in all honesty. And about 3. Yeah, that should be good. 2. There we go. Oh yeah, it's just gonna absolutely destroy all of that stuff. Get rid of this inner section. Try to make that part fit better together. The rest of it. Oops. Also, whoops. I guess the selection's going to be a bit awkward with this big of an eraser, but that's fine. We'll make it work. There we go. Click it off. And by about 1, that will let us clean up this area a little bit. Just so that way it's a little thinner too. There we go. That's a bit better. Only thing we should maybe clean up is this part, to be honest. It's a little bit too thick for anyone's liking. And just make sure edges are rounded at this rate, since we're kind of taking it a little bit too rigid. And like bugs are fairly rigid anyways, but let's be real here. That's going to be a design on the back of a shirt, then that won't matter. Duplicate, duplicate, and duplicate. We will mirror one of them. Form. Oh, oops. I really gotta stop using that number pad for emotions, unfortunately. I'll have to find maybe a better place to put it in the future. Transform. Flip horizontally, that's okay. Move it all the way over to the side here. Just to line up with that guy. I kind of wish it would flip it fully horizontally over, but that might be a bit of a pipe dream for right now. Gotta get a Stream Deck or a macro keyboard. Yeah, that would probably help out, wouldn't it? Maybe one day. And these two can be moved down a little bit. Then twisted. So transform this a little bit so that they're going down instead. Okay. Then one of them can be flipped horizontally. Horizontal, okie doke. And then pretty much same thing, just kind of maneuver it to line up with that guy. And then there's at least a dragonfly. Only thing I can really think to add in would be some additional legs, just because you're not going to see any of the spine of the dragonfly where the wings would kind of attach, but a little bit too far. But that at least kind of keeps it together. That does give us a dragonfly to work with. Then we can kind of fiddle with opacity on the wings, just depending on how that actually sits on the model of the drow shirt. So I guess just for experiment, let's just put these at 50, just to see. Here should be one more. There we go. There we go. Dragonfly. I haven't saved this entire time. That's a good sign of being an artist. I have Dragonfly Shadow. Then export as Dragonfly Shadow. Then we can open it. Wherever my Ds are, at least. Yeah. I'll just open up the blank copy itself. Then we'll grab half of it. Mirrored anyways. It's about here. And let's just toss it over here and shrink it to the proportions that we'd want. Just because we would have to line it up basically like right here along this line. Then we'll have to put the other half on the other side. Okay. There we go. The wings aren't going to be super noticeable like that, so I might put some additional lines in there maybe. Not sure. But duplicate, mirror, transform, flip horizontal. Okay. And just so that way it lines up with that, we'll take it the long way there, but this will at least kind of line it up properly with everything else, so it'll be a slow journey, and they'll give me a time to maybe take a sip of water too, so. How are we looking on emotion? Cool. I wanted to make sure I wasn't too screwed up on that. There we go. That should give us a lined up dragonfly. And then I'll just kind of save this and import it into Zora's model, just that way we can test that. Because if it's not quite merged together on the back, then we just need to bump those over a couple more pixels just to line up the edge of the sweater theme. Which, that should be good. Let's try that out. Save and export as PNG. There we go. And bring up VRoid. Import. With the dragonfly on it. There we go. Oh. Huh. Okay, so we have like the opposite problem. It actually cuts it off, really? Oh, that's why. Well, that's awkward. Can I actually see that in Clip? I cannot see that in Clip Studio. Well, that's going to be awkward. Guess we have to eyeball it then, because I don't really have the guide on hand. Do, save, export, single layer. Import. Oh, no, not export. I want to import, buddy. Import. Okay, so I need to move them in a couple, but what is that exactly? So it looks about maybe 3 ticks over on the left side. Probably. This is the problem when you're working with the texture model, unfortunately. If you zoom out, the map itself doesn't always keep the shirt itself centered. There we go. You kind of have to go to the center of the sheet before zooming out, just that way you can still see where the hell it is. I'm assuming not quite as much on that side, right? Yeah. That was close, but not quite. So let's try that. Save. Export. You'll find with a lot of my kind of VRoid shenaniganry, I tend to be a bit more of an experimental type, where we try things out, see if it works, and kind of just hop back and forth to make it work. That tends to be the easiest way to not export, god damn it. Import. But I try my best to kind of just experiment with it a little bit, just to make sure it actually lines up properly. Like that. There we go. Dragonfly on the back. Does get close to the seams of the vest, but that does at least put a dragonfly back there. The wings could definitely be made a little bit more obvious though, so let's just turn up the opacity a little bit on that. Maybe about 85. Save. Don't. Why is close like right above save? That seems like a very big problem. Oh, hit 8. That would do it. 2. Save. Yes, I know. Sweater already exists. You're trying to screw around with it, buddy. Don't worry. Port. There we go. Yeah, the wings are barely noticeable, but at least the top vein is kind of noticeable. So that's kind of what I was trying to go for the most part. That's good. That gives us a little bit of a dragonfly on the back of the sweater, so that's at least a bit of an icon we can deal with. Something else that we could do as well is just put like a smaller one, like over on the front, which might work out a bit better as well. Just have the main emblem on the back and then just have a copy on the front, since you'll be seeing the front more often than not. So, Dragonfly friend, where are you? I would like the full copy of that, if at all possible. And what we can do, maybe put it at a slight angle, just so that way it's not super obvious. You can just put like a little bit of a dragonfly right about here-ish on the front. Save and export. Letter 2. There we go. And here, import and sweater. Weird. I definitely just exported it, didn't I? Import. Alright, brain. Let's try it again then. Did we... Oh, didn't fully export the thing. That would do it. Import. Better. There we go. There we go. And we'll just have a little bit of a dragonfly emblem on the chest as well, just to give it a little bit of an added bug there. That's at least fairly noticeable as like a logo for a brand or something like that. Let's see, what else can we do to spruce up this thing a bit? Might honestly be good to just open up that side as well. Or just extend that side to be a bit more flat going down. Oops. Don't do that. I don't want to erase the sweater, I just wanted to visualize it. See. What else would be good for this? The hood being a bit different might also help, actually, so why don't we experiment with that a little bit? That's what we can do at the very least, is figure out where the rim is on that and change that up a little bit. How about we just draw that easier? Okay, so that area is just kind of the rim in general. Then what about all of this? Is that just a straight line all the way across? Looks like it, actually. That's kind of awkward. Hmm. That's definitely not that consistent whatsoever. Export. Oh, hey there, Leah. Welcome, welcome. How has your coffee been today? Uh, Shirt, sweater, two. We'll just use that as a guide, roughly, to actually get the outline in on this. Oh, and thank you for the coolant delivery. Probably should make sure to drink a little bit of liquids while I'm doing this. And hopefully you enjoyed your nap, because it kind of felt like you were down for quite a while, actually. Open. Letter 2. We need to use the guide here. And we'll just get rid of you really quickly. And our nap. A nap of champions, that's for sure. Make that a clip layer. And we'll just grab the darker color here and just kind of work with that. Maybe a little bit more saturated. Alright then, let's see if we can mimic this. Go to that, please. Oh, yeah, I guess photo shake isn't quite added on my side just yet. I could get photo shake kind of added on my side if you want, because I'm sure I can get access to Toto Shake and Kin Shake fairly easily. Yeah, put that right there. Make sure it's as smooth of a rim as at all possible, just so that way it doesn't get a little too lost in the shuffle. Then I probably should just do the same thing on that side. So, petered way, duplicate, edit, transform, flip horizontally. Okay. Let's just get this over here to line up the rest of it. Come on, you magnificent line. There we go. Okay. There's that. What does that do for us? See? Export PNG. Save. There we go. But how goes the work on your side, Nano? Has your Magilou drawing been coming out okay? Or, right, end of the day, so phone's going to be a little bit more active. It's the right idea, Cross. Is a little bumpy in places, but does what I want it to. Okay. Not that I actually want this. Because what we'll want to do as well is actually put these together. Oh boy, don't do that. Just merge one below, please. Then we will also... Why are we using that? That? Yeah. Just try and get this line going down this bracket too. So it's not quite as awkward. The transparency there is not exactly helping, but it should be okay-ish. Let's just test that. Better. Okay. Over to here, we can import sweater. That should put a line through there. Okay. What I was hoping for. Now the question is just cleaning up that weird spike. Where is that even coming from? The bottom. Okay. So where's clip? There we go. So this part needs to be evened out a little bit. Get rid of this first. Not a hassle, but this part also needs to be trimmed down to follow this logic. There we go. And same thing with over here. Up. Just that way it's a fairly straight cut down. Import PNG sweater. Let's go. Wait, where's VRoid at? Import sweater. That should tidy that up a little bit. Just so that way we've got a bit of a rim on there. Then all I really want to do is get that to be a bit rounder, and I guess that to be a little bit less. So that would be something on here, to be honest. So we would need to get rid of that, pretty much. Kind of line it up like that. That way it's not too out there. There we go. That should be a bit better. Unfortunately, with not having the texture map itself in the same program, it's a little awkward to work with. But you do what you can, right? Up. Import sweater. There we go. That's a bit better. That's a bit of a line on the hoodie. Just so that we can differentiate the hood a little bit. Now, what else can we do with that, I wonder? to just make it darker in general, just to be a little bit different than the rest of the sweater. So, the studio. Go to here. Do we have that at 83? Make this a little darker. A little. Just differentiate it a little bit. Two. Yep. Three. Oh. Right, colors. I need to learn to use a different keypad for that, maybe. More vibrant. Better. It doesn't need to be too different, but that'd be better. Does kind of line up with the lining a bit, too. That will make it darker than that. That's kind of just getting into black territory, which is not quite helping us. So, let's just try that out. Port PNG, butter. There we go. Import butter. There we go. Just that the sweater sticks out, or the hood sticks out a little bit from the sweater. That at least helps in that regard. Alright, so there's still plenty that I'll need to do with this model anyways. Let me just take a quick stand, just because I've been sitting for a little bit too long. But we're definitely making good progress with it, at least. Since we're getting the story roughly nailed down, with her being I guess a servant to Beelzebub. So she'll be her scout, which is why the Dragonfly is going to be a theme for her. And the eye patch will be removed to reveal more of an insectoid eye later, once I figure out how to do that. Because I'd wager if we do it right with hair, we could probably place a plane of hair where the iris would be, and then the blinking animation could go over top of that, I think. So, hair, up, up. So you can see here that I've kind of just left the eye just empty for now anyways, but if we could get something to fit over top of this iris, then we might be able to make something work. May as well do that now, actually. Add a freehand group. Gotta make sure it's a plane that sits like right in there. And that way the blink can go over top of it, otherwise that'll be really awkward. Okay. And we'll just kind of use this as a test for now. Up this, get that color. And that does kind of look like an accidental sans eye, but that's fine. Hey, look at that. I didn't even have to change anything yet. That actually works out great. Cool, so we can just kind of slot something in the eye socket and the blinking will work. And since we can put it on a hair layer, that will still track with the head, as well as the fact that we can just put a flat texture in there to work with it. Cool. Here, let's just get that nice and flat for now. Also want to make sure it's just its own thing, really. So white, the shade color white as well. I think the highlight can stay black, just so that way I can get rid of it. But then we gotta work on everything else. So make this as wide as possible. Cover the eye. Yeah. Need to make it less of a diamond and just flat in general. And then move it so that way it covers the eye. Okay, there we go. Now we'll just have to test out the accuracy of that with everything else. Which width can definitely go down to rectify that a little bit. And there we go. If we put it here, though, we can probably just do this, just so that way we can fiddle with the width and keep it as close to the eye as possible for our magical Chinibyo eye. And then what we need to do with this one, we'll just rename that to Beelzebub's Eye. Save. This will need to change the texture on that one. Should just be this last one here. Thankfully, it's just blank for the moment, but that is the right one. Okay. So we'll need to come up with a texture that functionally just adds a draw on the layer and get rid of that toggle visibility. And we'll just need to like add lines in here to indicate that there's a buggy eye in the top, which is going to depend on how we put it together, obviously, but it'll give us a rough idea about where everything sits by doing something like this and just seeing where all the lines cross over. Because right now it kind of just looks like it's on this area, right? Yeah. Maybe turn mirroring off just that way we can see it, but yeah, so we'll need to draw basically from here. Oops. That's a bit of an awkward curve. So it's flipped that way. So we'll need to draw roughly from about there to there. Even less so than that, probably about here to here, roughly. So let's just get that section blocked out really quick. Just that way we have it. This will give us the good upper range as well that we'll need. But the part that we'll actually need to draw over is going to be how far down do we need to go on this? There we go. Oh, that's too much. So about there. Or, yep. Then on the bottom, do I need to edit that too much? Yeah, a little bit. There we go. So then, rough idea for the texture will be around here then. That needs to be a little bit shorter. We'll just make this part all nice and red, just so that way we have a block that we can color in at some point with a insect texture of some kind. Go a little bit further in. And here. Asking us to go here, texture map. There we go. That's all good for here. Cool. So about roughly that is all that we need to fill in to actually get it in the eye there. That's not too bad. It'd be nice if we could just draw this directly on there, but oh, I know. So that chunk, why is that not being eaten by anything? Oh, there we go. Right here. Okay. That's not too bad. Let's just double check and see how much of this is just overage. Because even if we do go like a little bit over, cutting it a little close there. Yep. Even if we do go a little bit over, we have a general idea about what we need to at least get filled in for the demon eye. There we go. That can at least stay there for now. Just kind of toggle that as well, just that way it's still blank. Then we can add, not that, we can add that back on for now, just because she'll be eye patched for most of the time anyways. Although the one thing I did want to at least show off, if we can finish it in time, would be the mesh t-shirt that would fit underneath this. So let's just save the file really quickly, because we've at least got the sweater texture saved, so it's not that hard to like re-import once we get it back. But what we can do at the very least is get a mesh shirt together, and then we can kind of combine that, and I can show you how that'll end up looking on model 2. And then the sensor bar will go away, obviously, but it's just kind of there for making sure I don't get banned for showing tits on screen, even though they're untextured and there's no nipple on them. So we'll need this just for exportation purposes. Also, the sleeves kind of poking up like that when you go up is a little annoying, but not much I can do about that, unfortunately. We won't have to worry about that for now anyways. Sorry, 3. There we go. And we'll pretty much just need to do the same thing as we did last time, and just make a mesh shirt, make it separate, and then just get rid of the rest of the body parts. So, first step to that, save as. So there, backup. Now that we've got the base Zoyer itself saved, we might as well have a Zoyer backup, just so that way if we fuck this up, then we don't have to worry about it too much. Because the mesh shirt should be a one and done situation. It shouldn't really be too complicated to work with. There we go. Clothing editor. So not that, I don't think. Hoodie. Hoodie can be transformed into, not that. The vest long sleeve is honestly fine, I think. How thick is that compared to everything else? And would the t-shirt itself be better? Or is it the long code that had all these? Yeah, the long code has all those. Where we wanted to shrink the volume to get it to be a bit thinner than everything else. So minus 20-ish. Just so that way it makes it smaller than everything. And we'll probably want the mesh to just kind of line up with us anyways, and you won't have quite as bad of anatomy as Jude did, so... Can we go even further? We can, as long as we don't go to the pants, which is kind of what I need, actually. Yeah, that works. So, go over the texture, and let's get this cleaned up and ready for becoming not this. Which, first things first, let's get rid of the collar. Oh, mirror tool, please and thank you. Yeah, get rid of that. And that does leave a bit of an awkward cut going up to there, but I think that's okay as long as you just get rid of that and just kind of line it up a bit better like that. Yeah, basically. Let's just get in there, kind of clean it up a little bit. So I do want to get rid of this as well, if at all possible. Oh, okay, that just goes to there. There we go. I guess that fix, and then want to have a cut here. Actually, yeah, about there. Then we just want to get rid of everything below there. So let's grab a nice big chunky eraser. Get rid of all of that. Make sure all of that is nice and even. There we go. A little bit scuffed on the back, but that's okay. That kind of gives us what we need for the most part. We just need to clean up the collar, I think, here. Just so that way it actually feels like a collar. So, how do we do that? What is it trying to draw on? Is it trying to draw up here? Huh. Oh no, that's just clipping into my actual collarbone. Okay. That's a bit different of a problem. Um, then I guess the best option, it's going to clip into my collarbone there anyways, it's just to line it up a bit better than everything else. Like that. Okay. Then the sleeves, make these asymmetrical. So we'll cut you here, instead asymmetrical here, buddy. Right here. Just that way it goes mostly down her arm. Yep. And then on here, it can be even shorter, because I'll probably have it torn a little bit. There we go. Get rid of all that. There we go. That's better. I just gotta make sure this part isn't too finicky for us. So, that That part's fine. That part's fine. Cool. So we can just take a t-shirt like that, use that as at least our base of where we want everything. Export X t-shirt. Oh, import. Wrong button, buddy. We actually want to export this time. X t-shirt. There we go. Then let's go back over to CSP, open that. Should be at the bottom, thankfully. And there we go. We've got a base for our shirt. Ah, hey there, Mousy. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully your night's going well so far. We're kind of just screwing around with some art stuff right now, but how are things on your side? And how did anime night go? Just because I know you swapped over to, I imagine, Super by the time I hopped out. Also, why do I see things a bit differently? Is that the guide doing that? I think that is the guide doing that. So export the guide for this guide. Yep. Open. Where's the guide? For that one. Why is the guide not? Oh, it is there. Okay. I can put that over top of this. And then all they do is make it slightly transparent just so that way you can see what's actually being used, what's not. Cool. I guess that does also give you the actual texture lines of everything, so that also helps. Let's see here. What's our first step? We kind of want it to give us a black color to start with, so let's just get that going. Grab that, we'll make a brush be a little smaller. Then we'll just kind of make that harder, if at all possible. Yep. Then we'll just trace it along around here. If this isn't fully symmetrical, that is perfectly okay. We just want to get a general idea across. Then here, do a nice line here for the end of the actual shirt. Same with the bottom of the shirt. There we go. Then we just want to clean it up with the rest of it, so just do that. Might honestly be a little bit too much there too, actually, now that I'm looking at it. So why don't we do this? Tidy it up a little bit. Oh, that a little bit thinner, just so it's not quite as much of a pain to deal with going forward. There we go. And then on here, we won't worry about it as much. I'll probably just have some frayed lines on the side just to indicate like it's the slightly torn mesh shirt. But this side will at least have it, so that works for me. Alright, now we need to put together a mesh texture, which easiest way I can think about it is just making lines. So here, straight line, make it fairly small, maybe like 3 pixels at most. And we'll definitely need this on a layer because we're going to have to be doing some rather interesting mechanics with it. which you will see the method of my madness shortly, I assure you, but definitely going to be a little bit awkward. Mhm. Actually getting a little bit too far apart. There we go. More. And this is probably something I'll end up working on a bit more off stream, but I figured it would get you guys a good idea about what I'm going to do with it, and at least gives me some dedicated time to kind of think out ideas and such. And if y'all want to ask questions about it too, then that also works, since I know I'm not like a stock standard artist or anything, but I have my own methods to work with. Two. Probably far enough now that I probably could just group them together and start doing some patches just to see how it looks. So that's our big layer line. That's our start of our regular lines. So merge, duplicate. There we go. Now we can get some of the big swatches out of the way. Oh, that's not quite what we want. Um, what are we doing here, world? Our big block down there. Now, why are you not letting me deselect what we're doing here? Oh, that's why. It only does that when it's actually full screen, but it's not going to be full screen, then you're going to be a little bit pickier about what you do. Okay. There we go. And go down, line it up with everything else. Then one more will probably cinch the rest of it. So there we go. A bit better. Then what we can do, merge all of those together, I believe. Yeah. These together, get rid of this line of it, just because that's no longer needed. Then duplicate, move it up, and just align it there. Also, it is a very trippy look doing this too, which is kind of why I like it, but not quite the intended effect. That's not going to line up perfectly, is it? I guess I didn't quite line them up just right. That's a bit awkward. Probably should go away when we start grabbing the... Yeah. And we'll have to get rid of it from the color portion as well, but same general idea. There'll be a bit of a hiccup in the lines, but I think that'll go away as soon as we start doing this, and it starts... There we go. Okay. Then we can start cross-hatching things a bit. It'll have a little bit more to worry about during all that. Duplicate, edit, transform vertically. How close can I get it to line up with that? A bit off, but okay, that method didn't actually work as well as I thought it would. I guess I'll have to have some slightly longer lines to work with to do this, and just make sure it's actually aligned properly. Might be better to do the shirt first, just so that way we can grab a patch from there. That's not what we need to worry about. This part and up is. Delete. Yeah, so if we can basically just get the mesh going on the back here, maybe a bit quicker and easier to work with. My thought, at least. Because we'll have to work with fairly lengthy lines here. 8. Oh. Do it on that layer? Right, because I got rid of all the other layers. Silly, silly Jude. There we go. Hey, buddy, I copied you. There we go. Is that better? There we go. That's a bit better. I feel like a better option would just be to manually make a patch of mesh like this, and then just kind of line it up separately as well. That might be a bit more of a tedious process, though. Not quite sure if it would work as well. There we go. Then at least we can get this side done and dusted. Just kind of align it from there. Might work out a bit better. Admittedly, I could also just try to look for a mesh texture online, but that would require me to pay for something normally. A lot of the free texture sites are usually pretty filled with viruses, so sometimes it's just better to put something together yourself. There we go. And while this is cutting over into other areas, we can line it up once we're actually done with it. Yep. Because we'll be trimming it down to match this section of the shirt and then just lining it up the rest of the shirt, hopefully. Yep. And this is probably why I was going to save the actual mesh shirt portion of this to afterwards, but oh well. I'll still have to do a lot of texture work on Zoya anyway, since I'll have to texture her skin a little bit to make it stick out from the mesh we're about to slap over top of it. Uh-oh. Actually go up all of the way, does it? Here, where is our thick lines? Cool. Merge. duplicate that. That wavy line does kind of mean I've misaligned it slightly, but that's okay. Down. Leave. Duplicate, and we will put it over here. Just so that way we cover up all of the lines for the other back portion of the shirt. And we'll just clean it up to cover the pure back portion. We will mirror it just so that way it can fit with everything else on the other half of the back. Yep, so there works. Down, duplicate, transform, flip horizontally. There we go. Ways to get your mesh across 101. Wait. Sitting a bit too long again. Bit of a problem, but that's fine. Arch low. Then get rid of that. Sure. I think that's as far as we need to go with it. Yeah, that's about as far as we need to go with it. Go straight up from there. Then what do we want to do here? Probably this is the easiest way to do it. Get rid of that. Then we can duplicate that. We can mirror that again, since that's what's going to need to happen with that. Flip horizontally. Okay. And then, easy enough to line up. We just need to get the flat side of this to the flat side of here, and that should line up all right. I'm gonna put a fat question mark on that. That's at least a good way to get it going, so. Yeah. Gotta make sure it's lined up on the right pixel for it too, so. A little bit forward to that. There we go. Okay. So, just to test out the back portion of it at least, we can save that. I want to make sure it's actually saved as HCSV so I can work on it later. Sure. And if we go over to VRoid really quick, go to U, import. See if we screwed this up too badly. Sure. There we go. Not too bad there. Not that you'll be seeing the back at all, but that does at least give her a bit of mesh to work with. But in what sense is that off, I wonder? Either way, at least get some mesh going for the back side, so we just have to line it up with the top side. So let's just see the rest of the collar filled out. So that will require this section to actually be colored in, I think. Should just be this at least. Bonk and bonk. I'll export G, extract. And import extract. Okay, yeah, that's not quite what I was looking for. That did it on both sides. Yeah, it's not what we need here. That was not that. Maybe here. Like, well, I have to VRoid and just double check. Where exactly is that on the shirt? That's not helpful here. Two, go to the layer. Is here. Okay, it is just that line. Okay. So, grab our black again and make sure there is a line here. And make sure there is a line here. There we go. So that should roughly kind of trace out the collar for us. In the meantime, I'll clean this section up to make sure it doesn't look quite as bad on the model. I know it's just going to be janky and the texture map being a little bit awkward, but save, export, MG, extrude. There we go. Import. Sure. Yeah, there we go. That gives it a smooth line all the way around. Just gotta clean up the actual connecting point here and then make sure that the rest of the mesh kind of goes around and connects to everything else. But that at least gets it started, so that's pretty good at the very least. Then we can slap that in under the hoodie, and then she'll have the vested look for her. That's at least roughly what I was going for. Oh, probably should just make sure that this actually goes up fully. So can I just grab a chunk of it on this layer? I just do something a little bit Frankenstein-y. Yeah, since it's not exact or anything. Really not exact. Oh, damn. Doing quite poorly with these, but that mostly covers it. Down. We'll just do the same thing for over here. Make sure the mesh kind of connects up to the top. Oops. Huh. Okay, that side lines up a bit better naturally without so many issues, but yeah, close enough. Get rid of that just so that's out of the way. Down. Ah, Lemma's finishing up. Okay. Looks like Lemma's going to Nile. Okay. Guessing nothing explicit happened in chat. I didn't really see anything while I was gone, but here. How would we get this to work? Or up there. As we do something simple like this, I don't think that's going to be quite a one-to-one pass for getting the shirt sleeve to work. Because we've got something like this, where if we just do a simple duplication of it, duplicate, then move down, connect up with the rest of it, and get rid of the extra trim, get rid of the connection tissue for the rest of it. Oh, this is not lined up at all. Meshes are a lot harder to put together than I figured they'd be. Under edit, flip vertically. I wonder if that helps at all. No, the other side is pretty much just as bad. Although it does get closer. That's okay. So let's just try that and see what comes of it. There we go. Get rid of all of that, just that way it doesn't go over top of that side. There we go. Then get rid of all of this, because that will just go over top of the collar area, and we do not need that getting any attention right now. As well as this needing to go away as well. There we go. Let's just see how that looks. I'll have to find a way to clean this up eventually. But we'll have to see. There might be a way to kind of auto-generate a export here. Yes, overwrite, please. I just want to see how this ends up looking on the model. Up, import, textured. Should have that sleeve filled out now. There we go. Not too bad, except for the connecting tissue there. But that does at least give a bit of mesh to everything. That'll still kind of be covered anyways, but it's a start. I'm guessing the seam is right there. Yeah. I'll have to maybe clean that up a little bit, just get rid of the seam, but where would the back be? Just that way I could hide it. Where could I put that? So if I just flip it vertically, then it's fine. The whole thing? Oh, but if we merge them together and flip vertically, just so that way the seam is on the other side, then we won't have to worry about it for now until this becomes basically a... Oh, until this becomes an actual, like, what's the program? VR chat, that's it. Won't have to worry about it until someone can actually see me at a 3D angle. And I'll figure out some way to make a cleaner mesh going forward. This is mostly just for testing purposes anyways. Better. File, save, file, export, PNG. Yep. Go back to here. Import that really quick. Then you'll have the seam on the back, and then the front will be nice and clean. Nice. And then probably what I'll end up doing is just custom making the front half on its own. And then custom making the broken sleeve portion, just so that way I can show the fray a little bit easier. But that at least gets the rough idea across. So let's see if we can screw with this a bit. This is the backup anyways, so this just has the base body. So let's test that out with the model we've exported. And we can see how Sawyer looks with a little bit of mesh at least coming out of the sweater for now. It requires us to do a few. One is get rid of everything. Up. Which should also include the face, but I know last time we tried this, didn't really like getting rid of the face. We kind of just had to make the head super small to hide it in there. Okay, we gotta check that to actually clear the texture map correctly. Up, up, get rid of those. And this will look a little bit creepy, but that's okay. We're kind of nearing the end of stream anyway, so I'll finish this up another time off camera. And then I'll show you guys how the progress is coming along. Oops. Don't need the import going. Visibility. Also because my eyes are just kind of drying out, so it's getting a little bit hard to focus on art right now, being completely honest. Toggle, toggle, toggle. Everything hidden, so that should disappear. Up, up. Irises, the eye highlights, toggle, toggle, toggle. Get rid of that. And then the skin, which is kind of the problem we ran into last time, but this just kind of leaves a black face on top there, which is a little bit odd. So what we'll have to do with this one is go into the, I guess the head that has the specific shrink head thing. So here, head size smaller. Yeah, head size smaller. Make that like 5. There we go. Just so that way it kind of hides the head within the body itself. And then texture. All I need to do is hide the body. And out of context, that can be a little bit awkward, but that's fine. Toggle, 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 toggle. There we go. I just need to get rid of all of the excess clothing, which is going to be the collar for the tie and the pants, I guess. So texture, that is fine. We want to get rid of everything else. Toggle, toggle, and toggle. You can go away. And the tie, toggle, 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 and toggle. Then that goes away. And then what we're left with is just the mesh shirt on its own, at least the half of it that we were able to get done today. So we can save that. Then we can export it and combine it in this little program here. Then we should have the mesh kind of popping out of the sweater. Then we'll have to see if we need to make it any tighter or not, because this is probably the place to do it, if anything else. The Sawyer shirt. Okay. Our backup shirt. There we go. So we can go to here. We can grab that, which should give us the current burgundy setup. And then Sawyer backup shirt for that. Then we can merge them together, download into Sawyer with mesh. There we go. And then we can go into VC face, up. So, oh, not that. Here. Sawyer with mesh. There we go. So good start at the very least, but I am noticing a little bit of clipping there. Oh no, it's not clipping, this is the Dragonfly emblem. It's a bit of a big sweater too. There we go. And button to move it up. There we go. Yeah, that's roughly how it'll end up working. So then we'll have the mesh covering the rest of the body. We'll add a zipper to the hoodie. I'll retexture the pants to be a bit less leathery and probably a bit more denim-y. And then I'll make sure that the actual tie works for actually. That's the button zoom. And there we go. The buttons to actually control the movement don't work the best. Yeah, that's why I wanted to get, that's why I was pretty happy I found a tool for something like that. Just that way get this model kind of going a little bit further. So, I'd say that kind of cleans up well on my side at the very least, so we may as well sign up with Zoira for the moment. But I do want to thank everyone for joining by at the very least. It's always fun having you around. I'll be doing some more work on this off camera when I have the spare time for it, at the very least anyways. And then I'll let you know how progress is coming up and if I need to slot anything in with art or not. I'm not sure if you guys want to keep seeing art or not. I know it's at least a fairly comfortable position to work with since it's art. I'm not exactly causing much of a stir, but still, I want to leave the floor open to you guys in case you want to see anything, because I want to try my best with things, right? And she doesn't have disappointed face, unfortunately. She just has base emotions, I believe. Yeah, I still have to tweak most of her emotions, because even the yandere face is not quite... Oh. Oh boy, some of these are additive. That is not good. Which ones are additive? There we go. There we go. That's normal. Cool. Alright, let's find someone to raid. It's fairly late, and I'm getting a little bit tired. And I have to readjust all my audio setups for tomorrow. So, Twitch. Do following. Do all is on right now. Saturday night and people are fairly busy. Nico's, or Niall's going, Ziona's going, Osaka's going, Ducky is going. Quite a few people are going, actually.
We don't get a chance to visit Ziona all too often, so since we're kind of in Drow setup anyways, raid 1, raid 2, raid Ziona Ashborn. There we go. Alright then. So, do want to thank folks again for lurking while I was getting some art done. It's been a pleasure having you here, and so far at least the model for Zoya is coming along fairly well. I'll have to get the rest of the mesh done and get rid of the sensor bar so that it doesn't stick out too much, as well as getting a zipper added to that thing so it actually, you know, looks like a sweater. But for the rest of the streaming week, since this is nearing my end at the very least, tomorrow will be Doki Doki Literature Club. I look boggers odd. Well, don't worry, we're not quite done yet, but I'll make it look a bit hotter going forward. But tomorrow we'll be doing more Doki Doki Literature Club reading, and I'm basically just starting at 1, and we will finish whenever the fuck we finish the side stories. That should probably take us to 5 or later anyways, so should work out well. But past that, that's all I've got for the evening, so I want to thank everyone for joining. Hopefully have a good rest of your evening, and I will talk with you either on Discord tonight or a bit later tomorrow. So, hopefully have fun, and I'll